Hello everyone, I'm Tim from Tim's PC and I build custom PCs to suit anyone's needs or budget. Also live stream my builds and repairs. So if you would like to get an awesome new PC you'd like to see it get put together live, send me a message today. An awesome one. Everyone loves the white Lian Li ones, and this is the whitest of the white Lian Li cases here tonight. So the Lian Li Dynamic Mini Snow, that's the name of this particular case. Hey Alex, how you going? Through this build tonight, so this is going to be Tay's PC. So Tay, she should be listening in on the comments. I no doubt expect her to be here any moment. Oh yeah, it's
a little bit jealous.
It's gonna be a beauty, absolutely. All right, so let's go around and go through our components. So starting off down here, we've got an i5 10600KF. This is an excellent price performance CPU right here. If you've got $300 to spend, this is a really good way to go. Hey Kobe, how you going?
He wants to know, hey Megan, how are you? What's one of these beasts cost?
What's one of these beasts cost? Oh, you'll have to. Would be in the low to mid threes, just judging on the components. So, as I said, we got the 10600KF, and we've got the Gigabyte Z590 Vision G motherboard. So this is a very, very white looking motherboard. It's got a lot of white and silver on it. We'll have a look at that when we unbox it. We've got the Asus RTX 3060 Gaming OC cards. This is the ROG Strix version, so this is pretty much the best version of an RTX 3060 that you can get. So we'll put that one down to the side. It'll be the last thing that we install. And we've got 2 packets here of Lian Li. So we'll be using them in the build as well. We've got some Lian Li V2 streamer cables. So these are RGB cable extensions.
That's so cool.
Better than the original Lian Li ones. Hold it up the right way there. So we'll be installing them at the end. I'm going to put them down with our graphics card. And so as I said, we've got the Lian Li Dynamic 11 Mini Snow case. We need a small form factor power supply for that, so we've gone with this Silverstone SX650. It's an 80 plus gold rated unit, and it's fully modular as well. So it's nice and handy. We've gone with a Silverstone PF360W for our liquid cooler. Has a nice snowflake on the CPU block. It lights up RGB. It's pretty nice. It fits with the nice snow theme that we've got going on here. And for our memory, we've got 16 gigabytes of Corsair Dominator Platinum RGB RAM. So this is 3200 megahertz CL16 memory. So I mean, only the best will do, I guess. And for our storage, we've got a 500 gigabyte Crucial P1 NVMe SSD, and we've also got a Crucial BX500 1 terabyte SSD. So all SSD storage here, no slow mechanical hard drives. So all happy days. So let's get started. I see Tay's here now. Hey Tay, how you going? So we're just getting started now. So we're going to have a look at this motherboard. So what do we get inside the box? Alright, so we get a noise sensor, some SATA cables, some M2 screws, all screws. Nothing fancy, no stickers. No. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be good. Yeah, we've got heaps of builds coming up from now on in. So I'm going to be very busy. Alrighty. So this is our motherboard. Oh, look at this.
So much sticky.
Jeez.
It actually looks better out of the box than it doesn't.
She takes back what she says. She's looking at it, she's like, I think I like mine better. But I think she takes that back now. That's really annoying.
Oh no, that's part of it.
That's part of it, yeah, yeah. Okay, so, yeah.
John wants to know, hey Tim, is B450 a roast weight and good motherboard?
Yeah, B450's okay. You don't get PCIe Gen 4 with that, so you do have to you will have to just deal with having Gen 3. If that's not a big deal to you, then that's fine. Yep, B450 Aorus Elite. It's a good motherboard for a B450 board, so there's always that to consider. Alright, so let's have a look at this motherboard. So right at the top here, we've got 12 pins of CPU power, and we have a really, really robust power delivery here. It's like, what's that? 14 phase power delivery. So pretty good. Direct touch heat sinks on our MOSFET VRM coprocessor with a heat pipe, and it also has fins on the heat sink as well to better dissipate heat. So a really, really robust CPU power delivery up here. So I'm very, very happy with that. That would support some pretty heavy overclocking on this board. So we've got up here, we've got 3 fan headers. The grey one is the one that's designated for the CPU. You can use any one you want, but the CPU alarm will be linked to that grey header. What have we got? So we've got our dual channel memory here. So 4 slots, 2 channels. Channel 1 and channel 2. We've got our 12 volt RGB header, our 5 volt RGB header. Over here we have our noise sensor. So we pull out this little thing here, and there's 2 other pins, and that is what this cable plugs into.
Noise sensor.
Yeah.
What? Like I've heard of extra on the temp sensor, but I've never heard of noise sensor.
Yeah, you can get a noise sensor. That's how fancy it is.
Very nice.
So we've got 24 pin ATX power. So this is the main power for everything else on our motherboard. Got USB Type 3 up here, which is what I like to see. I like to see it up with the ATX power so it can be concealed. We've also got USB Type C here for our front panel. We'll be using that. We've got 6 horizontal SATA ports down there. And then we've got a Thunderbolt header. Down the bottom here we have our front panel connections. It looks like, hang on, we didn't have one of those easy fit things. That's a bit of a shame. We've got these 2 little pins up here. This is the clear CMOS pins, so you can touch them if you want to reset the motherboard to default. Got 3 more fan headers down here. We have a flash BIOS button. We have what looks like probably a temp sensor. Yep, temp 1. So we can hook up a temp sensor to that. Got 2 USB 2.0s. We've got trusted platform module. Looks like another temp sensor header there. We've got a COM port header there. Another 12 volt RGB header. A 5 volt RGB header. Demo LED. Our Sony Philips digital interface if we wanted to hook up to that directly. We don't have it on the back of the motherboard, so that's obviously why they've included it there. So we've got our front panel audio right here, and down in this corner, this is where all the audio things are. These little gold capacitors here are the audio capacitors, and it's got this shielding all around where the audio system is,
Like that.
to keep everything nice and shielded. So this would perform really, really well if you were buying it for audio production, editing and stuff like that, because you could use these inputs, and I'd say it'd be very, very well insulated from any other interference on the board. Not as good as other options, but for a motherboard solution, it's pretty good way to go. Alright, so around the back here, so we've got obviously got our audio as close as possible to the rest of the audio, electrical signals subject to electromagnetic interference from everything else. We've got 2.5 gigabit Ethernet. We've got dual USB-C and two other, so all of those, 2 Type A's and 2 Type C's are USB 3.2. These 4 blue ones here are also USB 3.2. We've got a DisplayPort and HDMI output there. Neither of them will be in use for this build, so don't plug into them. I'm going to put some little plugs into them right now. These two here will be USB 2.0, and we have what's called a PS2 header, which is for our old school keyboard and mice. Alrighty, so before I forget, I'm going to put a couple of little plugs in those two headers.
Does this board come with like Intel? I mean Intel, AMD rather.
Yeah, well, it does. That's like, do you remember we did one once?
So many PCs, I don't know.
Remember Lee's?
Oh yeah.
It was an all white one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it exactly the same motherboard as that?
No,
Did it have the
it was the B550 Vision D. So very, very, very similar. Very similar.
I like that white covering.
This is, yeah, they had that.
Audio section.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah, it's a very nice looking motherboard. Anyway, like I said, I just put those little plugs in there, so don't take them out because you won't get any display output from them anyway.
Use the graphics card.
Yep.
You know, graphics.
Yeah. No, if she had a K, if she didn't have the F on the CPU, then she could use them, but it wouldn't be like the same as outputting from the graphics card. You wouldn't get the same frame rate or anything like that. And so, the only stuff we haven't talked about is the rest of this stuff on the motherboard here. So, I believe, without taking all this shrouding off, I think we have 4 M2s. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's pretty cool. Not too many boards have 4 M2 slots. So we're only going to be using one of them. So there's going to be potential to use these extra slots when needed. Other than that, just the other point to note on this board is there's no little X1 slots. They're all X16 length, and the bottom two are only X4, just FYI. So yeah, if you were hoping for a full X8 below this X16 one, you're not going to get that. It's only going to be an X4, but that's okay.
Dwayne says that board looks sweet.
Yeah, it definitely does.
It's nice. It's built my own gaming PC today.
Oh, very
Yay.
nice. Very nice. Alright, so because you got these long slots, you can still plug a little Wi-Fi card in there. That's perfectly fine. You can always plug a smaller PCIe device into a larger slot. That's okay. So, other than that, I think we've covered everything on the board. There's no other sneaky fan headers or sneaky other headers around.
Tim,
Nope, that's covered everything.
Ryan's Elias has finally subbed to YouTube. Took me a while.
Ah.
As well.
Awesome. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Alright, so let's get started prepping this motherboard. So let's start with the CPU. So like I said, it's a 10600 KF.
Nick spelled my name wrong.
Oh no.
He says hi to Christina.
Oh.
Or the thing whichever you prefer.
Okay. So we'll start with our CPU. So we don't get a cooler with a K-series Intel CPU because K-series CPUs are designed to have aftermarket coolers with them. Hey, who is it on Twitch?
That one vigilante rather.
That one
Hello.
vigilante says, hey, what's the GPU? So tonight we've got the Asus ROG Strix RTX 3060. So it's probably the best RTX 3060 that you can get. Alright. So we've dropped in our 10600 KF. Now we can put this little bar down. Look at this, we get a nice little Vision sticker over the generic Foxconn flap that like the same company produces all these little flaps for the Intel boards, doesn't matter which one. The company's called Foxconn, so they're actually a pretty big company, so if you haven't heard of them, maybe look them up. Anyway, so let's do the Corsair Dominator RAM.
Tim,
Yep.
JJ says it just showed up.
Hey JJ, how you going? Good to have you with us. So yeah, we're just opening up the Corsair Dominator RAM.
Tim, that one vigilante says, oh nice, I want to get a 3070 or 3080.
Yeah,
What
man.
should you get?
If you can get a 3080 at a good price, get a 3080. Why not? You only live once. Alrighty. The very fancy Corsair Dominator Platinum.
Very nice.
Alright, so we'll put one in that channel.
Sorry. They're heavy.
Yeah.
Tim,
Yeah.
JJ says, look at just me and he says, is that a tattoo that said Gucci? No!
No.
No! They're all Lord of the Rings tattoos, thank you very much. Hell no! Gucci, nah.
She's offended.
Yes, I am, actually.
Alright. So let's get our M2 drive installed.
Lord of the Rings. More coming.
Okay, so we'll open up this first M2 slot here. Oh,
100% says Gucci.
alright.
No, Gucci's hats.
A vigilante says nice Gucci hats. Leon visualizes that looks like a beast of a machine. That one vigilante says, I'm waiting till Black Friday, Australia sales in November.
Yes. Well, hopefully the situation's looking a bit better by then. Okay.
JJ says I had my first tattoo, felt so strange.
Yes, it does. It's like a vibrating burning sensation almost. Once you get one, it's like, another.
Alrighty.
So,
Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
Jason says, hey guys, it's very interesting seeing you guys build PCs compared to YouTubers because they skip stuff.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, we do, like I said, these are all live, so you get to see, like, what's sort of actually involved, not just sort of skip through. Because obviously, like, I've got a YouTube channel as well, and I plan to make more videos that aren't live. I'll still obviously be doing the lives, but it's sort of a different thing altogether. So doing it live is so a person who's buying the PC can actually sort of engage with me while we're building it. They can learn, and other people can learn, and you know, it's just a bit of fun. You're spending a lot of money on a PC, you may as well see it, you know, getting put together if you're interested in that sort of stuff. Computers aren't going away.
So,
Yeah.
JJ said it was playing with the lighter. I want more.
As soon as you get one, you're like, oh, another. You've got to draw the line sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Some people don't, and they fill their bodies, but each to their own.
So this is going to be mounted. Going to be pretty close. We should just be right with these dominator dims because of the shape on the end. Yeah.
So that one vigilante says just sub to your Duke.
Ah, awesome. Thanks, man.
Hey.
Really appreciate it. Okay, so now we gotta pull out this funky looking panel here. And we got this big bag. I'd like to call it a big bag of nonsense because it just looks like all this crap. Yeah.
That's for sure, like catching Pikachu.
Yep.
Says, but you guys do help people to learn so they can build their stuff, but do keep up the good work. It's interesting to see you guys build. He said, I'd like to get one built, but unfortunately people don't have the space plus cats. So I don't trust the buggers.
Yeah, well, if you, I mean, we've got cats as well. So if you're interested in a cat-proof PC, yeah, send me a message. All right. So these are a little bit of a pain to put together. So this one here, we've got the Z590, so LGA 1200, which is the middle hole on these brackets. And so we put these little plastic things in. That's a good one. That's going to hold that bolt there nicely. Some of them don't, and that's the real pain in the ass. But luckily I got a reserve. So if one's a bit shit, oh, that's like borderline. It'll do. I'll allow it. Oh, this is a good one. Excellent. Last one. Oh, good one as well. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. Is that what we're doing here? There we go.
So
Yeah.
that one vigilante says any other platforms I should be aware of.
So primarily I do business on Facebook. So Facebook's probably the place where I am most active and have the most subscribers and followers, but I'm also on YouTube and Twitch.
And Instagram.
And Instagram, yes. Don't forget Instagram.
That's probably the one you're least active on, I think.
Insta? Yeah, for sure.
But we're trying.
But see, Insta's more something for you. I don't quite understand.
No.
I'm a bit of an old man with some things. Okay, so let's get our fans on here quickly. Yeah.
Superior says good evening.
Hey Tapiri, how you going?
Hey.
So that's probably the worst part about this build is just how many fans there are.
9 fans.
No, there's not
No?
quite 9 fans in this one. See on the side there?
Yeah, I see.
It's only 2.
Yeah. Could you fit like, those really big fans on the side?
140s.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could, but couldn't get Lian Li ones. I would have seen if I could have gotten a 2-pack, but couldn't get 2 packs. I couldn't even get Lian Li 140s in white. If anyone knows where I can get Lian Li 140s in white, let me know. Certainly not at the main places that I buy from. Yep.
One vigilante says, so would a Ryzen 5 3600 bottleneck at 3070, or should I upgrade to a Ryzen 7 5800X?
No.
1080p.
No. If you're thinking that more cores is gonna get you more gaming performance, it's just not. It's just not how it works. The only thing you're paying for with Ryzen 5000 SKUs is the number of cores. The gaming performance between them all is basically, a hairline between them. Okay, the difference is minuscule and doesn't really translate. 5600X is fine with an RTX 3090. It's fine with two RTX 3090s in SLI. You know, it really, in terms of gaming performance, okay, it's not going to make much difference. Even if you want 5950X, it's not going to make much difference. So the Ryzen 5600X is more than capable of keeping up with the RTX 3070. So until Intel's 12th gen comes along, and if they can beat Ryzen 5000's gaming performance, until then 5600X I should say is the gold standard for gaming performance for a CPU. So unless you have like some sort of productivity workflow like video editing, other kinds of rendering, it might make sense for you to go a bigger CPU with more cores. You could actually utilize all the cores, but for gaming you don't need anything more. A lot of people get confused about that. They think, well, I need the one with the bigger number.
So that visualize a minute. Ooh. Hang on a sec. A minute. 3600X, not 58.
Oh.
56. So
Oh, you got a 36. Okay, so 36. Yeah, I'd upgrade to Ryzen 5000, man. That's the recommendation. I pretty much can't go wrong recommending that to people. 3600. If you look it up, look up the difference between a 3600X and a 5600X. They are worlds apart. And also the 3600X and 3600 are really, really warm running CPUs. They get very, very hot. So you've probably seen it here a number of times when I've installed a 3600X with a stock cooler. You see how warm that they get on my stress test. And you'll even see me turn settings down and turn clock speeds down on it just for the stress test because the stock cooler is inadequate for it. And in fact, even if you put a good cooler on it, it doesn't run anywhere as cool as the 5600X, despite the 5600X giving you so much more performance. Perfect. So once we get these first two screws in place, opposite corners, just thumb tighten them down. Becomes a lot easier. Again, just thumb tighten them down. Oh. Then just go around and give it a proper fastening. Don't over tighten it. You should feel a point where there starts to become significantly more resistance. That's the point that you stop. Don't try and force it even tighter than that. It's not necessary. Over tightening a bolt can actually potentially cause it to loosen over time. So, alright, so we've got our board prepped with the cooler and everything ready to go. What else will we do while we're here? We've got that Got that noise sensor. I may as well just plug that noise sensor in. It's just a cable. It's just gonna be mounted somewhere. I don't know. But let's plug that in. And we'll just leave it there for now. Alright, so we've got a Molex to 3-pin here. So we're going to use that to power our pump, because we want to make sure our pump is powered at full power all the time. Pumps don't like running at like half speed and stuff like that. They either like to run it like a designated like idle RPM, or they want to run it like full power basically. Running a pump at like say 60%, that's usually right in like this red zone of operational RPM. So it's an important thing to consider. That's why you'll see these Molex to PWM little adapters with a lot of the all-in-one liquid coolers. It's not for like povo people to power them. It's actually designed so you can use 12 volt DC to power that pump just to full speed all the time, because overall you'll probably get better life out of it and you'll definitely get better performance out of it. So alright, so that's all good. We'll leave all that there for now. What have we got here? We've got SATA splitter, SATA controller, RGB controller. Might use that splitter later. These M2 screws. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up a bit of this crap. Okay, so now we're going to turn our attention to this case. So we've got fans and we've got our small form factor power supply. So let's first start take the lid off first. And then, unlike its big brother, the full dynamic 11, it actually comes off at the back here. Oh. Does have these dust filters. And then this panel here lifts off as normal. As does the front panel. Alrighty. So now we've got access to our case. So one thing with this particular case and its design is that we really need to put the power supply in basically last. Okay? Now the reason for this is this hole here at the back where the motherboard, where you can see this hole for the motherboard, that's where the power supply sits. This small form factor one just sits there upright like that with the fan facing out that way. So what we want to try to do is get most of these other cables sort of routed and in place, because we don't want to cut off this room here at the top with the power supply. It makes it very difficult to feed the cables through. So this is definitely a case that like I wouldn't recommend for like a beginner. If you're a beginner and you're building in this case, you're gonna have a fun like probably 5 or 6 hours putting it together, I reckon. If not, you might be pretty good at putting PCs together inherently. So there's that. But no, it's easy to like just make a mistake and block something and then come back and go, oh, hang on, but I need to plug that into there. I make mistakes like that all the time. Yeah, most people won't live stream what they're doing because they've got too much pride. You know, I never make mistakes, and that's crap. Everyone makes mistakes. Yeah.
That one child is saying I don't have to upgrade. X5 70 on the board though.
No,
I want to
X
start streaming.
X570 is fine, man. We're streaming to you on a Asus Prime X570. It's what is it called? It's the nice one. The X570 Prime A or something. I don't know. There's different ones in that Prime branding, and yours is the good one. Yours is like the best one that you can get out of that range. So the only better ones would be like ROG Strix ones and stuff, but the reason why you don't have one of them is because of the wide.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Jesse, what would you choose? Would you choose AMD or Intel?
Well, so right now in what are we in? July 2021. I would choose AMD over Intel. Pretty much doesn't matter what. If I wanted the best performance, I'd be choosing AMD over Intel. Intel 12th generation launches in a couple of months, so who knows what will happen then.
If money was an option, what would you do?
If money was no option.
No, an option, like, you know, you didn't have much money.
If I didn't have, well, obviously if you don't have much money, Intel's got the best price performance. You can get yourself an i5 chip from Intel right now, and it's going to be better performance in terms of its gaming performance compared to any of the Ryzen equivalents at the same price. That's the situation we're in right now. That's the reality. Alright, I'm actually going to put this power supply down here because it's going to be like the last thing that I put into this case for this build. Usually it's one of the first things that I sort of put in place. So, first things first, we're going to put 3 fans on the bottom here, and we're going to be putting them in a position where they are drawing cool air in from the bottom. It is nice when you get a PC case and you know the fans match the case.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's satisfying.
Yeah.
It's like me and my Corsair case. I have to have Corsair fans. But I need white ones. Text.
Well, see, I got a Cougar case and other fans are better than theirs.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you use Cougar fans.
Nah. Nah, they got a Corsair type connection, and I just can't be bothered. If I wanted that connection, I'll just deal with the Corsair fans if I want that. Oh, let's put them the right way.
Tim?
Yeah.
Trent says howdy. Oh, hey Trent.
Hey Trent, how you going? We got a 3080 Ti in a white Lian Li case for tomorrow night with a Ryzen 5950, I think.
Tim,
Yeah.
Trent says, sorry not being around to see you. Everybody's been testing my resolve. Sorry, dude. Hope you're doing alright.
Yeah. How you doing up in Rocky? How's Laura doing with the new shop?
Hopefully we'll be out there soon. I want to go on a road trip, and that's one place I want to stop at.
Rockhampton. Yeah, Rocky's alright.
I've been through there, but I actually haven't stopped there.
We've been to Macca's there. We've been to Macca's at a lot of places we haven't been to.
Yeah. But the best Macca's was in like South Australia or Victoria, like
No.
regional, wasn't it?
No, it was Yass.
Oh yes.
Yass, New South Wales. That was probably the
That
best.
was like restaurant quality.
There was,
It was
so
really
okay, right, okay. So Macca's at Yass when I went there. So imagine a real country Australian matriarchal woman who knows everything about cooking and food preparation and how to make
And
everything
customer service.
tasty and build every burger perfectly and shit like that. That's who was running the kitchen at Macca's Yass. Everything is completely by the book and looks exactly like the pictures.
Yeah.
And you know, the perfect amount of salt and pepper on your Big Mac patties and stuff in relation to the proportion of the other ingredients. Like, I just poked my head in there and there was just this like really cliche looking like country matriarchal woman there running the kitchen. I'm just like, that's what I like to see. So yeah, if you're in Yass or going past there, call into the Macca's, because if it's still run by the same people, got some pretty high standards. In fact, most of the Macca's that you'll find in rural areas have really high standards, just in general.
Because they need to.
Yeah.
Tim.
Yeah.
Says not there yet. We will be here till the 6th of August.
Oh, yep. So it's coming,
But
but
back in Brisbane around the 23rd. Back in Plant Trail. Ooh, ouch.
what's that?
Back in Brisbane around the 23rd for Back in Plant Trail.
Oh, that doesn't sound fun.
No.
Sounds the opposite of fun.
Nathan, you're making me hungry.
Yeah. Oh man, seriously. Yeah. You-
Says committed.
Some Maccas are pretty terrible, right? Like,
They were so
But-
friendly and their food was awesome. Like
yeah.
chips cooked at the right consistency, not soggy, not too cooked.
Yeah, I swear
I
she
swear to God,
chucks
that-
a couple of sticks of lard in the fryer every morning
Oh,
just to
of
make
course.
sure it tastes extra nice. Like, yeah. I'm probably making a lot of people really hungry here. For like, everyone's thinking back to the best Maccas they've ever had.
That lady was really nice though. She's like, you know,
Yeah, no, it was.
your nana or auntie.
That's what I mean. She's just like this like country matriarchal woman.
Trent says nerve pain implant.
Yeah.
To try to stop the pain signals to the brain as far as I understand.
Yeah, man. Nerve pain is not fun at all.
No, it's not.
It's one of those really fucked up kind of illnesses. It's one of those things like people will be like, you're like, oh, I'm in pain, and people will be like, oh, where do you hurt? You're like, I can't show you. But I'm in significant pain. Like, yeah, it's not fun.
Tim, Corey says yay.
Hey Corey, how you going?
Says it works in 7 days trial and fully insert my spine and butt cheek battery with wireless recharging. Oh shit.
What is she burning down? Mother-in-law's burning down the house again. Okay, so let's run these cables to the back of these fans. So we don't want to see any cables. That would be sacrilege.
What?
Oh, just laughing at mother-in-law burning down the house again.
There was nothing burning, it was just the room was starting to fill with smoke, so I opened the window downstairs.
So she didn't leave eggs boiling in the sink.
No, she's
Sorry.
at the stove, like cooking, and
Okay.
those things are really sensitive.
Yeah, I know, they just make them more and more and more sensitive. Soon it'll just be an alarm going off constantly somewhere in your street where you're building.
Pretty much.
Ugh. I don't know what's cooking down there, but I'm not a fan. Dominoes. That's what we're doing tonight. Okay. Yeah.
It says just looking 7:15 seconds with my chip. And Corey says, should we say
About 8 p.m. It'll be daytime.
Everyone's counting down the days right now. Tax refund! I just got my money, I can get a PC. Oh. Yep, I know. I know what it's like. Yeah.
Upsize and burning the muffins. Jesse says, hey Tim, good for Monday, can't wait.
Yep. Yeah.
Garrick on YouTube says you spent a lot. Oh, thank
Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, yeah, just share with your friends. It's all I. Okay. Just get all these bloody ties off. Have I got them? Nah, there's always one more.
you.
Yeah.
Corey says I got my tax on. It'll be the day I'll send you the money.
Okay. So we've got our fans in place there. So let's just consider. We're going to have to plug in the top. So I open up my power supply box because I want this CPU power cable because I always struggle to get these in at the best of times, but there's just no room to do this properly.
Yeah.
Tim.
Yeah.
It says, hi Tim, what do you think of that 3080 Ti Ryzen 5 5800X built on top of Volkswagen for only $29.99 there at the moment.
What do I think? I don't know. What 3080 Ti is it? There's the specs on paper and then actually what parts they actually use, because that's how most of the pre-builds get you, is that they'll usually
What
cheap
RAM
out
does
on
it have?
they'll
What
cheap
CPU
out on
does
stuff.
it have? What cooler does it have?
They just try to make the best specs they can on paper to convert as many
It
customers.
sounds good, but
Yeah, it might be good. There are good ones out there. And don't let me say that there's not. But you just gotta. Sometimes if something seems a bit too good to be true, you gotta ask yourself what's going on. Graphic card prices are coming down. They've come down a lot since, like, if you bought one in the last sort of few weeks, you've come in way better than people who bought one like 2 months ago. Because it was way worse. It used to be way worse than this. This is slowly getting back to normal. Okay. So along the top here we've got 3 fan headers. Oh. I don't know how that happened, but one of those 12-volt pins.
Tim 700 it's 42.99. 42.99 rather. What? Oh, hang on. The AMD is 41.99 and Intel's i7 1000F is 42.99.
4199 3080 Ti 5600. But if you got Yeah, like whatever case they have lying around, it's cheap. Whatever RAM.
Bad looking cases.
It's the Lian Li, or is that the MSI?
It's an MSI.
Oh yeah, those. Yeah, they probably got it for like $30. Yep, I know the one. All right, so I'm gonna plug in all of them now.
This MSI Mag Forge 100R ATX case.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
This one's like 4,000. Can you have a link? Can you show me what you're talking about?
Okay. So now we're going to get this into our case. And we need to feed all these cables through.
Can you send us a link to what you were talking about? Because there's so many different like PCs on Ozbarg, and I want to know what you're talking about. Gigabytes of 3200. Yeah, 3200 megahertz RAM, MSI B550, 1 terabyte, NVMe SSD, 1,299 plus shipping.
Here we go. We can't do this build without silver screws.
Don't use black.
So what's weird about this case is they give you like an extra plate that you can install. It's like optional. It comes out like further to provide extra support, because the way this case is, you only screw in 6 screws in its stock configuration, which is fine. It just means that when you plug in like your power and stuff like that, you need to sort of be wary of the fact that the board is sorry, the board is not supported under there. You don't want to bend it. Yeah.
John sent a link to what he was talking about. It has a CPU AMD Ryzen 5 600 motherboard right B550
What card is it?
graphics.
The Eagle.
3080 Ti Eagle.
Yeah.
Then we'll take DDR4 16GB 3600 SSD Kingston 480GB SSD. Cases. Game Glass. Athena E1 Elite. Timmy Glass. Power Supply MSI. MPG A 550. 850 watt plus gold. Is 2,999.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it seems alright. The only thing I'd draw back on it is, yeah, I mean, like they've skimped, right? Like RAM, thermal take, it's 3600. The SSD is just a SATA SSD. Just reading the specs here. That's why I'm leaning forward like this. No Wi-Fi, and yeah, no NVMe SSD. So someone wants to move some stock. Someone's got a bit too much. Someone's worried about the future. That's what I'll say about that. Okay. Yeah.
As soon as I see
Oh yeah, that's right. To get that on, I actually need. First, we need to hold it in place. remember how with this case, if you have RGB RAM, you just can't fit it. You've got to put like this other plate on here.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Empty. Yep. There we go. No. Yeah.
Which one? So you guys go straight on first.
Yeah, we're streaming on Twitch. Okay. What's up? Just watching me ad hoc this cooler together. Yeah, I'm sorry. You alright? So I will need to get the drill out tomorrow and actually drill a couple of different holes, but this will hold it together. Yeah, that'll do. Like I said, I'll have to drill some holes to align this cooler. So that's not really a big deal. It's just that it's not going to come down. It's just going to be a little bit loose there. But that's fine. I don't want to get the drill out during the live stream. So we can just continue because the fact that radiator's a bit loose. You just don't want it to be like that long term. So we've got a couple of different RGB ecosystems back here to deal with. So we've got the generic one here, which we can go and daisy chain up. So that's plugged into our first RGB header on the motherboard. And so I'll just use a bit of electrical tape on these just to keep them connected. It's raining here in Brizzy. And it's been cold. It's not cold really for me because I've spent years living out in Ipswich, so we get negatives out there, so Okay, so we've done our generic daisy chain here. And so now we'll need some help from this Lian Li kit. So we're going to need this one here. And this one is going to plug into our generic daisy chain. There we go. So now we've got a cable with 3. We'll sacrifice one of them and we'll plug it into a cable that has 4. So now we're left with these plugs here. And so let's just separate the fans from the RGB. RGB, RGB, RGB. So these just clip in here. Special Lian Li clips. It's the same power configuration as the other one, it's just got these clips to hold them in place. Alright, so we've got all of our RGB plugged in. Let's just get that cable there out of the way. What's wrong? Okay, so we've tied back all of these RGB cables here, so we're just left with some fan cables. So we've got 5 more fan cables to plug in, but we don't have 5 other fan ports to plug them into. Li fan controller here. So for the fan controller, oh, where's the... Ah, here we are. Okay. So it's got a SATA power, a PWM header, and a generic power connector. So the generic power connector goes into the generic slot there, just slides in place. It's a bit of sticky on the back here. And you just want to rip these apart a little bit because you're going to want to feed this one and plug that into the motherboard. So I'm just going to do that down there. And so this will plug into SATA power. And then all of our fans can plug in here. So the connection to the motherboard is just so we can control the speed of the fans, so that they can ramp up and down as required, instead of just running constantly on at a certain speed the whole time. Okay, so we don't even have to tie that down. We can just stash that down there, out of the way. So we've got an SSD to install. What have we got? Oh, a single bolt down here for the little release. Okay. Okay, so here's our crucial BX500. It might be called a BX500, but it's 1,000 gigabytes. Oh. So if you're installing a 2.5-inch SSD like this, you don't really have to do all 4 bolts in. They've got no moving parts, so go nuts, kinda. Okay, so let's plug in that SATA data cable. Okay, so we've got basically everything hooked up there except for our front panel connection. So we've got USB-C, and USB 3. So let's get them, put them over there for now. Now we've got front panel audio. I'm going to feed this through up the top here. There we go. So we've got that front panel audio in, and we need to get our front panel connectors in. Okay. So now we're just left with the SATA cable, USB-C, Molex, another SATA for these. So we can start on our power supply now. Okay. Start by plugging these in. It's only a tiny little power supply, so we're just going to plug all of the modular cables in. So these blue ones here are the graphics card ones. And we're just going to bundle up the ones that we don't need. Okay, got our ATX power here. And we also need this other little 4-pin here as well. And obviously, finally, we need to plug in the CPU. So there we have our power supply. So we can just push them out of the way there. So we'll just tie up these SATA and Molex cables. And we can plug in our pump. And we can plug in our fan controller. And so now we're just left with these graphics card and power cables to plug in. Oh, I need a loose bit of solder. Oh, I'm showing you a loose bit of solder. Here's a loose bit of solder. Okay. So how are we looking around here? Pretty good. Okay, so put a USB-C in here. Okay. Right, so we got this SATA cable, but we'll plug that in at the end. Oh, I realised we didn't put a fan on the back there. Duh. Nearly missed it. Christine's in the shower, Marion. She'll be out soon.
Oh, okay. Just gonna let you know the dinner's ready when you are.
Alright, sweet. So got that other fan in. So we have these RGB cable extenders. Okay, so this is our main one here. This is for our ATX power supply. So I want it to come down Okay. Sweet, that'll look cool. And it conceals all that stuff. Alright, so we've got our graphics card. And then we just have the RGB to hook up. Okay, so here it is. Our RTX 3060, the Asus ROG Strix. Like I said, this is pretty much the best RTX 3060 card that you can get. not including the 3060 Ti because that's a different GPU. .3060 Ti is the same as a 3070. They're the same GPU. Okay. Here she is. And if I remember right, there is a heap of sticky all over this. They even put sticky on that back plate. So we're going to be utilising slots 2 and 3. Oh, that's right, we've got to take these little door panels off the back. Okay, let's put our graphics card in. Oh. The little door fell off. It's not really meant to be a little door, it's not actually a hinge. hate these things. I really, really hate these 5-volt RGB headers. Absolutely hate them. Is that it? Yes. Okay, we are at the end. So all we've got to do is plug in that SATA cable. Put our little door back. Clean up some of this rubbish. We're ready to see if she works. Right, so we want a mouse and keyboard there. Okay. Okay, moment of truth time. Oh. She lives. Don't mind those cables at the back there touching the fan. Who's that catching on? All right. Oh. I was like, what? Why aren't our strips lit up? Sorry, our extensions. Because they require power. There we go. Okay. We couldn't find any storage drives. Oh. Well, that's a bit of a pain. So it looks like only the top slot's only compatible with Gen 4 SSDs. So we'll just have to make a slight adjustment here. Okay. A little bit of a sidetrack there, but let's get back to it. We can opt out of all this sort of stuff. No. Okay. Oh, for serious? So it doesn't have, Windows doesn't recognize the 2.5 gigabit Ethernet that got plugged into it. Okay. Fun. Okay, you're gonna see me use something that I don't normally use. Here we have an optical media drive. Now kids, back in the Stone Age, we used to have optical media. That's what these weird circular discs are, they're not frisbees. Alrighty, let's do this a different way. Do a trip back in time. It's very slow, takes a while to load up. Don't worry, this is not how slow your computer is. This is just reading off the optical drive. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. In particular, I need that. There we go. Alrighty. So we don't have to subject ourselves to any more optical media. So now that we have the internet, we can get everything else. So that's one of the fun things with new technology like 2.5 gigabit Ethernet, the Windows install off the disk. Yeah, it wasn't quite enough. Speaking of things that aren't quite enough, anyone else noticing the flickering in the fans? Not flickering anymore. Okay. Okay, let's plug in my SSD. Let's get R23. Okay, let's put down some custom desktop icons and keep our desktop organized. NVIDIA drivers. Ah, thank God. Finally. Maybe not. I thought that was our graphics card drivers coming through. Okay, so I'd say this is just a consequence of the new Z590 chipset and this combination of hardware. Looks like it went to install the graphics card driver, and when it's installed, we're no longer getting display signal. It's most likely the case that we need to restart. Yeah, of course the fans have different colours. It's just the default. It's just on the default setting. It's not what I like to do.
Okay, so what did we get installed? What didn't we get installed? Alrighty. lot of system instability here.
So we might be forced to do a BIOS update like pretty much now, because that's twice that it's lost stability while I was doing the install. So we've definitely got something at play with the BIOS. Okay, let's do this BIOS update now before it crashes on me again. What am I doing?
What's going on here?
Okay, there we go. Silly thing. So that there, if you didn't know what I was doing there, like that would potentially be you bringing the PC to someone like me. Okay, I'm actually just gonna believe it or not, I'm actually just gonna start that whole Windows install again. Okay. So the reason we're going to start it again is because we got a corrupted Windows update file. It had a few problems while installing there. A few failures and stuff. We've updated the BIOS now, so we should have a nice smooth run now with it. I've had dramas last few nights. Start updating the BIOS before I do anything. Okay. Let's make up for some lost time. It's doing its thing. I'm going to have a quick break.
Sorry about that. Alright. Smash through this. Yeah, it's all looking good. It's just a pain in the ass that we had so much problems just with the install. It's like 2 nights in a row now. I'm starting to feel like I'm being hacked. Nah, just being a dickhead. That's what happens with BIOS updates and stuff. They solve the issues that cause system instability. So if you experience instability, a BIOS update is generally one of the easy things that you do to try to correct the problem. Okay, so like before, oh, express install of an optical disc. There we go. Okay, don't need any of that. No WD. Large cat. You gonna come up here and say hello? No? Alright. Bit of deja vu here, but we'll get there. There we go. So you look at the BIOS update, and now it didn't stall when we installed our graphics card drivers. Alright, so we'll get our fan curve tuned. Let's get the stuff we want to monitor. Core clock, memory clock, power. Temperature, usage, clock, power. So turn the on-screen display on and off, turn it on, turn it off, open that up. Alrighty.
Oh, sorry, I haven't been looking at the comments. If you're still there, Nathan, yeah, I got plenty of builds over the weekend, man. It's very busy this time of year, so no rest for me. Alright, while this is all doing, let's get like the date and time fixed up. Okay, so now we're just back to our main drive there. Let's set up our new drive. Sorry, not our new drive. Well, I guess it's a new drive. Our SSD. There we go. Okay, so that's all sorted. Okay, it's going to finish installing and reboot, and then we can start seeing what this gel can do. Alrighty, what's going on here? Why is this still going on? I broke the rule. Okay, so we should be looking pretty good now. And I certainly feel better after dinner. Feeling a bit tired though. It's my bedtime. Alrighty. Alright, first up, let's get the lights the way that Tay wants them. Go. Which looks better? Alright, and that. Okay. Oh, there's one app we didn't get. So there's our i5 10600KF, 6 cores, 12 threads. There's our memory. Need to put the XMP on there. And there's our NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060. So while that's finishing up, let's run Heaven on the standard settings. Hang on. Whoa. Whoa. What's going on here? Looks like we had a bad Molex connection in there. Jeez, watch that drop. That's really weird. Yeah, I just want to... Let's disconnect. Alright, we'll start rising. That's a bit weird. Okay. Okay, so that's ready to restart. Let's just restart it now.
Alright, so we're going to enable that XMP profile. Alright, let's just get rid of the stuff that we don't want. Okay, let's have a look at some benchmarks. Yeah, Rainbow looks awesome, eh? It honestly, it looks better in person. So as you can see there now, with the pump plugged in. No, I don't know what happened there. Maybe when I pushed it in, came slightly unplugged or something. Not sure what happened there. But that's why we do these tests and stuff, just to make sure it's right. You can do it 1,000 times and you still make a mistake. Measure twice, cut once, kind of thing. So you can do, you can like overclock this one as well. What's that there? So what this is an app called Heaven, and it's like a graphics benchmark. So right here, this figure here, this is how many. So I run this on all the PCs that I build, the gaming ones anyway. and so people can compare how they run different benchmarks, different hardware, and all that. So we run this one. This is just like the out of the box settings for this app. Then we run another one called Valley, a slightly different scenery, and then there's another one called Superposition. And then we get started on the actual stress test. So it's all kind of done at this stage. Like at this stage, we're just running it through a bit of a test, bit of a burn-in test, I guess you can call it, just to see how it runs. Yep, NVIDIA DLSS really making light work of the dark scene there. Great numbers from the ROG Strix 3060 as well, just compared to like a normal 3060. Looks almost 3070-ish. Okay. So everything's staying cool, calm. Yep. So we'll run Valley now. No, so the stress test makes sure that nothing's overheating, and it just gives it a good first run. Like, what a stress test fundamentally is it's what we call a synthetic load. So it's gonna be like used in a way that you're never gonna use it like that, basically. So what we do basically is we essentially get it doing the equivalent of rendering a video while it's also running a 3D game. So no ordinary person's going to be rendering a video while they're gaming. So if it passes the stress test here, I know that like no matter what you do to it under normal uses, that it's not going to overheat, it's not going to give you any problems like that. And then if it does, then I know something major's wrong. So it's because I ship PCs out nationwide, so I make sure that everything's 100% sweet before it's shipped out. Because it's a little bit hard if you're over in WA and I'm over here in Brisbane. It's a bit hard for me to like come and fix up something that's faulty. But yeah, I'll show you something when this is done. And yeah, I'll go through the once this is done, I'll go through the some of the stuff that I installed
because it's all stuff you don't have to worry about really. But if anything goes wrong, or if you want to test anything or find out anything, these apps will tell you what you want to know. So one of the things that these apps are used for is like testing a graphics card. Like if someone brings me a graphics card and they say, oh, it's stuffing up in this game, whenever I go to this part it crashes. You know, I don't have time to, I don't have access to every game, and I don't have time to like actually go in there and stuff around. So I can run one of these that it basically simulates all the sorts of workloads a graphics card gets put under while you're gaming. So if I just run a few of these tests on like half a dozen different apps that I use, yeah, that can usually tell me the where the problem is without me having to actually run an every person plays. So that's the end of Valley there. So CPU Z or CPU ID. And yes, I know I'm in Australia and we say Z, but all of these things that have the letter Z in it are meant to be said as Z. So it sounds weird saying half of them as Z. So I just say if it's an American person who's come up with the name, I'll say it how they intend to say it. Anyway, this app here shows you all about your CPU and motherboard and stuff. So it's got all your stuff, your Intel i5 10600K. It's got all the information there. It's showing up as 10600K. It's got a K, is it? What's a K? Yeah. I'll find it. I think that's a mistake. Here's me saying this is like good app and it's made a mistake. No, that's fine. So it's got your motherboard there, graphics card, and over here you can test your CPU. So we can go bench, we can go to submit and compare. Okay, so CPU Z shows you detailed information if you click on submit and compare, and then if you click on this one, close out of the ad, brings up the CPU listings.
So this is where your i5 is there. This is just out of the box, no overclocking or anything. 532. So you're pretty much on par with like an i7 10700F. 10600K. This is the same as you as well. 536, 532. That's not right there. That's not. None of these are significantly different. If it's within like within about 10 on this scale is not really significant. That's like, oh, maybe I'll close a couple of apps in the background and I'll gain those extra 10. So that's not really considerable. But what's important to note there is where it sits. It's better than, you know, look at this one. It's better than i7 9700F, 90. All of these ones here. The Ryzen 9 3900X. It's better than that. Single core. And what we're measuring here is the single core performance, single thread. So this is the most relevant to gaming performance. And so as you can see up here, you can see the top of the top of the wash here. So these are all the high-end consumer CPUs. And so you see it's dominated by the Ryzen 5000s, and then we've got the i9s here. Some of the i7s coming through, and as you can see there's a i5 10600KF. So I could probably close some apps in the background, and we could probably hit that 543. So if we consider that this is where you could really sit if I optimized when I ran it, you can see that you're basically right up here, right up with the absolute best CPUs that you can have. And you only paid $300 for that. Whereas, like, to put it in perspective, you paid $300 for that. For that, you'd pay what? About $600. For something like that, you pay $1,200. So you've done pretty good for $300 to get there. So that just gives you an idea. And if we look at multi-thread, so this is all threads of the CPU, so 6 cores and 12 threads. You see you there. But really, we could expect to see numbers more like this if we optimized. Anyway, that's CPU Z. So this is PC game benchmark. So it's detecting your specs, 99% rated PC. So you're compatible with basically every game. You can run every game at the recommended settings. No problems there at all. What else we got? Yeah, Crystal Disk Mark. This can test your SSDs. Crystal Disk Info. This will tell you like how much life's remaining on them. All that. How many times have been turned on, how many hours they've been turned on. That one with heaps of hours is my SSD that's plugged into it. This will let you test the speed. So nice and fast on our SSD there. So that's megabytes a second. Read speeds. And then these other apps here. So IQ, that's the Corsair app for your memory. Intel Extreme Tuning Utilities for overclocking and fine tuning your CPU. MSI Afterburner, that's that app that I was setting up the overlay through. RGB Fusion, this is where you adjust your RGB lighting. These Superposition, Valley and Heaven, the benchmarks, you've seen me running them. And VLC here, if you're not familiar with that particular app, that is a play any file media player. If VLC doesn't play it, it's most probably a virus of some sort. And there's our SSD speeds there. So I'll just run superposition, and then I reckon it's time to do the stress test and time to end the stream for the night. So we'll go this one first. So we will always run this one on 4K. Just try to pick consistent settings to run it on every night, then everyone gets to see the same thing. So the only thing I have to do to your rig tomorrow is I need to get the drill out and make a couple of different holes. You won't see anything from the outside there. Just some of the holes don't quite line up because I have to have the cooler pushed all the way over to this side just because of the height of the memory modules and the fact that this is a smaller form factor case. So if we had the full-size one, we wouldn't have had this problem, but that's the joys of building PCs and stuff. That's why, yeah, it can be... That's why I was saying when when I was putting it together, I'm like, this is not like a beginner case. I know it looks small and not intimidating and all that, but yeah. So why am I not getting... That's really weird. I wasn't getting statistics for that. I think we get the point. I'm more interested in running the stress test. Where are we? Really? There's all sorts of stuff I didn't install. Okay. This is the apps that I use for a stress test. And so obviously here we're just got a complicated three-dimensional object that we're rendering while we're making the entire object move down a three-dimensional swirling corridor. So we're putting the graphics card to work rendering this image. So we're going to leave that down here. I only really care about these statistics there. We're going to open up another app here called Cinebench. Around lunchtime should be fine. Okay, so you're listening to this. because I'll make all this make sense. So see here we've got 6 cores and 12 threads. So each of these boxes is a thread. And you can see they're all working on like slightly different things. This one's like working on something pretty intensively. It's probably that core there that we're seeing working is likely the core that's involved with rendering this image with the graphics card. As we can see there, the graphics card's being fully used. And so we're seeing those 12 boxes there. So keep those 12 boxes in mind. And I'm going to go into here and set this up for a 90-minute test. And we're going to go custom 90. And we're going to go start now. There we go. Now as you can see, there are 12 blue boxes here. And these 12 blue boxes are drawing this image. So that's the same 12 boxes, as you can see here. The same 12 boxes we're seeing here. This is them actually being put to work and being represented drawing this image. So this image is actually massive, and it's not so much drawing it as it is calculating it. But that's a little bit of a side point there, I guess. So what we're doing here, what we're doing over here with Cinebench, this is equivalent of like rendering a video. So it's really, really intensive work for the CPU. Down here, we're essentially running a game. Now, the purpose of the stress test is to let this run for like 90 minutes, and then I can make some assumptions about how it's going to go in different climates, hotter, colder, and based on the numbers that I see after 90 minutes, I've usually got a pretty good idea as to what the range of conditions the PC's gonna work under. So basically, if it passes my stress test, I'm pretty confident that you're not gonna have it overheating or anything like that, unless something happens, like a pump dies or it gets really dusty or something like that. But yeah, obviously what we want to see here is we want to make sure that nothing's getting too hot. So we want to make sure that everything's running at full speed, and that the cooling systems for the case, being the fans and the radiator and all that, doing a good job at keeping the case cool and keeping air moving through the case and keeping our components cool. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. So all I do now is I just let this run while basically I get ready for bed. So it's pretty late. So look, if anyone's got any final questions, now's the time to just shoot them through. Hey Nick, how you going, man? Good to have you with us. And yeah, it does all sorts of things, like there's probably more I haven't shown you as well, like in this Gigabyte folder. You'll find things like this thermal console app.
and it'll let you adjust all of your fans and stuff, like the fan speeds. So we can go over here and we could force them all to go on full speed. Or we can put them on quiet. Yeah, so all of that is adjusted through, go into applications, it's called RGB Fusion. See it? You see this little icon down here? That's it there. And you can also get into it in that applications folder that I made on the desktop. And yeah, that's all. These are just two little custom icons that I make. You don't have to use them, but whenever you install new stuff, it makes like a shortcut on the desktop. So I just put all the applications that I install in the applications folder, and all the games that I install in the games folder. And it just helps me keep everything kind of organized, because if not, your desktop just ends up with like crap everywhere. So yeah, that's saying that it's just an organizational thing. It's a small little thing that I do, but I think that it makes sense. I don't see why pretty much everyone wouldn't want some sort of file system like that for the desktop. So anyway, so that's all running along, and let's have a quick look through our hardware monitor stats here. So the CPU, everything's labeled here, that's great. No issues there at all running cool and calm. 4.5 up to 4.7. Yeah, you get it. You do 5 gigahertz all cores, sure. Hotspot on the graphics card, 68, 70 degrees, that's fine. Hotspot is kind of hot when it gets like 85 degrees. So that's all good. Yeah, happy days. Yeah, it's a beauty, Nick. It really is. I'm even slightly jealous of it. Alrighty, well, I think I might leave everyone to it tonight, because I'm pretty tired, so I'm going to go to bed. So if no one else has anything else, I'm going to sign off. But I'll be back tomorrow. I've got 2 builds on tomorrow. So one sort of in the afternoon, and then one at night as well. So be sure to catch them. The one tomorrow night is a beauty. It's going to be pretty similar to this, just bigger, with a 3080 Ti and a Ryzen 5950X. So that's going to be an absolute weapon of a build. So that'll be on tomorrow night, and then we're doing another one in the afternoon as well. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed tonight's video. Be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll catch you all in the next video.